Good morning. Nobody's here. Nobody's here. Somebody's here. One person's here. 3 people liked it. All right, I just got back from fishing. Good morning. Oh man, it's 9:03 here in cloudy St. Louis, Missouri. That's what it looks like out there. Cloudy. Got this fat squirrel up here just feeding himself. You hungry, little? So let me get all my stuff up here. Look at I got the eye turd shooting the birds. I guess the squirrel here, this little asshole squirrel here, and then got I got my phone, looking at the feed. So all right, there we go. Turn the volume down. All right, dude. I don't know where my Missouri bird book went. It's around here somewhere, but that's okay because I got substitutes. Went over to the bookstore the other day and I got some. Well, I'm going to read from my Bald Eagle book that I picked up when I was in Alaska. Because we've been seeing this bald eagle around town here, not around town, but in my neighborhood. Sam and Diane, the bald eagles, bald eagle power couple. So I got that. It's this book right here, the bald eagle. I got this really close to the window, so I might take do a little bit of reading from that. See here, I got the okay. So I'm gonna get into. I got a new field guide for. I got went over to Half Price Books field guide. Eastern region. I didn't read that part. ADD kicked in. I didn't read the whole thing, but that's okay because we're close. We're at the Mississippi, so it's that's okay. I mean, that's okay. Well, I don't know where I'm going to read. So I'm going to, we'll find some birds in here, and sometimes sometimes it's nice being right in the Mississippi Valley. Sometimes it's not. Winter G Tag, yeah, dude, I remember you. Sorry, man, I was reading. Yeah, man, I remember you from the other day. Welcome back. Thanks for coming, dude. You got a favorite bird? It's all right. You don't have to have a favorite bird. I'm familiar with all kinds of animals. I don't have to know all of them. Oh, there's a green hair. There we go. There's a blue jay. Oh, hold on a sec. It's a blue jay. Oh, I just took off, dude. Hold on a sec. There's a blue jay. It took off with a peanut. That was awesome. Hold on a sec. Maybe I'll come back. That was crazy. All right. I'm gonna keep this pointed up here in case. Wow, he's a fat bird, dude. Oh, I don't think Kate showed up in the. Oh man. Okay, I'm sure he'll come back. She'll be so happy. Let me see if I can look up a blue jay, dude. See what the page of blue jays are on. Look up blue jays. Sorry, man. If I missed that, a pit bird. Well, I mean, where in the world are you from? Winter G Tag. It pips. Pip cheerio. Sounds like an English bird. Look at Jays here. Don't know. Oh, DK. What's DK? Spell it out for me. I'm dumb. I'm sometimes dumb. I'm all the time dumb. Is it Denmark? You have a stroke? All right, let me hold on. I gotta look down and I gotta read here because I gotta find this blue jay. Audubon Society. It's like Bible pages. Everything sticks together. J Blue 435. Denmark. Yeah, gotcha. So what do you think about our president wanting to go after Greenland? We don't get political here. Look, all I did. Oh, look, we don't get political here. I should have said something. I should have remembered. But it's not. That's kind of nuts, man. What's going on? I mean, it's not nuts, but I mean, look, there's a lot of. I don't know what it's like to be a Dane, dude. Other than you guys were badass warriors back in the day, Everybody's afraid of the Danes, dude. One of my favorite shows is what's it called? The Last Kingdom. All about a Dane Viking who gets adopted. No, he was a English nobleman's son, and he gets captured and then adopted by a bunch of Danish Vikings. And dude, I love that show. Oh, that show's so great. It's called the Last Kingdom. What's the guy's name? Oh, there's that furry little bastard right there. So what I'd love to see is a red tail to come down and swoop that little. I don't like squirrels, man. I don't like them. There he goes running away. All right, let me finally find this blue jay. 435. Oh, that's the picture. 552. Yeah, let's read about. You know what? You got 552. I gotta refamiliarize myself with how to count. Almost there. Bear with me. So you're in Denmark. You're in Denmark right now. So is it nice there right now, or is it? I guess it's kind of wintry, like it is here, huh? Is it? You get snowy, or is it kind of rainy and stuff? Oh, what's an easy one? What's an easy word I can learn? Blue jay. All right, here we go. All right, just in case you don't have what is it? 435, I think is what it was. I don't know how the hell they. There it is. Everybody knows. Everybody knows what a blue jay looks like. That's a blue jay. That's a pair of blue jays right there. Anyway, we just had a big fat one come up to the feeder. I didn't get it on the thing, but here we go, blue jay. I'm just gonna go to the notes again. Although sometimes disliked because they chase smaller birds away from feeders, blue jays are among our handsomest birds. Okay, a lot subjective. They often bury seeds and acorns, and since it's called caching, CACHE, cache. Some people call cache. There's no accent over the E. It's just called a cache. Thank you very much. All right, here, continuing. They often bury seeds and acorns, since many are. Hey, got some stuff ready. All right. Many are never retrieved. They're in effect tree planters. Yeah, so they can. I'll get back into that later. They have a violent dislike of predators. Um, their raucous screaming makes it easy to locate a hawk or a roosting owl. Although seen throughout the year, they are migratory and travel in large, loose flocks in both spring and fall. In the east, birds from farther north replace the local population in the winter. So, yeah. Hey, look at the Blue Jays. They never left. No, they left, and then the other guys came down from the north and they took up their. It's like they're like a timeshare. Yeah. So there's another bird in the crow. So blue jays are in the crow family. They're called corvids. And the what I was just saying is that they bury seeds and acorns. And there's another bird that we used to look at out in Flagstaff, Arizona, called a pinion jay. I used to work for a guy out there. His name is Dr. Russell Balda, Balda. He's a top notch professor. He's a great guy. Him and Ted Timer, Dr. Timer, is kind of a mentor. He's also a great guy. I don't know if Balda, I think, retired, but I think Dr. Timer's still there. So if you're listening, Ted, hi. um, Ted was. Look, if you're thinking about going to school in Arizona, I cannot recommend Flagstaff, Arizona, highly enough. Northern Arizona University. I loved my school. It's a great part of the country. You can go skiing and golfing in the same day, and I did that my freshman year. I took like 12 credit hours so that I could go skiing because they got snow up there in Flagstaff. So you can go up to Snow Bowl and ski, and then you can go down to Oak Creek Canyon and go golfing. So you can do it the same day. I've done that. It's awesome. Back when I had energy. Okay. Hey, let's see what the Audubon Society says about the kingfisher. There's the kingfisher. There's the male, and there's the female. Remember that there's not. They are sexually. Let's see, reverse sexual dimorphic, which means that typically the males are prettier than the females, but in the kingfishers, The females are prettier than the males. Them. Oh, them. Oh yeah, okay. Right, I got you. I follow you now. Right on, right on. Let's talk about them kingfishers. I sound like a I probably don't sound as cool as you do. I don't even know what a Danish accent sounds like. Uh, let's see, 473. All right, let's do this thing. Oh, I love this. Oh, I got that new used field guide smell book. Oh man, doesn't nothing smell like it. Built the Kingfisher. Here we go. To the notes. Kingfishers often hover like a tern. I got the sun in my face again. Kingfishers often hover like a tern over water where they fish. Kingfishers often hover like a tern over water where a fish is visible and dive vertically for the prey. They may also take crabs, crayfish. We call them crawdads here in Missouri. They can take crabs, crayfish, salamanders, lizards, mice, and insects. They often patrol a regular beat along a stream or lake shore. They do. They really do. I've seen them. Yeah, they really do. They have like a circuit they fly. They often patrol a lake shore, stopping at favorite exposed perches along the way. Yeah, the one that we see, Louis, my kingfisher, is yeah, I see. I can't see, but I swear to God, it's the same bird I've seen him down the road, just flying along the Deer Creek Valley, which is kind of cool. This squirrel is a little, like I want to. Yeah, yeah. See, Angela, Big Mama says, "Oh, I'm gonna put some peanuts out for the Blue Jays." No, you're gonna get a squirrel, dude. You're gonna get that fat squirrel right there. He's just gonna go and too bad those peanuts are roasted. I'd love to have bury some peanuts in the ground and have a peanut plant, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Let me move this over a little bit. Try and get everything here. Try and get everything. I got a little tiny tripod. Big Mama set up the thing. Oh yeah, well, I guess you're not gonna be able to tell me which letters, but um, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm woefully ignorant on Danish language culture. I'm a huge fan of your pastries, though. Huge fan, huge fan. Literally at 300 pounds. I'm 6.5 feet tall. In my defense, though. Oh yeah, okay. Well, I've seen them. I've seen them. Those letters. I don't know what they sound. I think I know what the one that looks like AE sounds like. Not the one that looks like a theta. Oh, we're gonna talk about the letter theta later. I think. I think. What do you think? What do you think? Should I just start? You want? No, screw it. I want to. We're gonna listen. We're gonna learn about some more local birds here. What else do we see? Carolina wren. Did I read? No, I read a Carolina wren yesterday. What else do we see? Song sparrow. Saw song sparrow. So find the sparrows. I do it the old-fashioned way. Doing a little book. It's these things with pages. That'd be a lot easier on the internet. You're probably already googling song sparrow already. Like, all right, you big fat dummy. Here's what a song sparrow does. All right, sparrow. These pages are so thin and they stick together so easy. I wish this is not a squirrel feeder. You wee shit. Sparrows. There we go. 562. What 562 and 542? Oh, it's close together. Cool. Oh, that was. Oh, damn it. Oh well. But yeah, well, answer. What's it like over there? I can go back and read. I imagine it's cold though. I mean, you guys are in the northern hemisphere, just like me. What did I just? Sorry, I'm reading this. I'm reading that. Just reading everything. Sparrow. Come on now. Sparrow, Song Sparrow, 542562. I got that right. I know I'm looking at the wrong section because they restart the numbering when you get to the Bible pages. There we go. Song Sparrow, 542562. There we go. Song Sparrow. There's a lot of wind, but no snow or a bit and some small amount of ice. Yeah, dude, that's how it usually is here, man. We don't usually get pretty snow like this. It's not pretty anymore. It's all mashed in. But yeah, it's usually sleet and ice and wind here too, and just wet grayness for like 3 months. It sucks. Anyway, here's a song sparrow. That one right there. That's a song sparrow. We saw those. Here we go. Where did it go? Probably the best known of our native sparrows. It is found almost everywhere in North America. Over its vast range, the species shows a great deal of geographical variation. In Alaska and the Aleutian Islands, those that string of islands that archipelago is a string of islands that comes off the tip of the foot of Alaska, goes out of the Bering Sea towards Russia. Um, Alaska and the Aleutian Islands, the birds are large, dark, and long-billed. It is hard to believe that they are the same species as the familiar bird of our lawns and parks. Sparrows are mean little creatures too, crazy mean little creatures. Yeah, it's yeah. It's we don't like. I kind of I envy people that get to live in places like Colorado, or I guess for over there, it's places that like Austria where they have the Alps, and that those beautiful landscapes, and or like Switzerland where they have those big, tall, thin, slender mountains that just like where the Matterhorn. I guess is the Matterhorn there. Hey, what's up? What's up? Kitchen Spices. Um. So yeah, I kind of like so I kind of get like one of the things that Big Mama wants to do is go see the mountains. She's never been in the mountains. I'm sick of the mountains. I used to live out there, for a long time. Um, but thanks Kitchen Spices. Yeah, but so it's I kind of long for something like that because I mean I live in the Midwest, just flat here, it's just gray and flat during the winter. It's fun when we get a blizzard like we just had. What a blizzard! It was just a dumping, but it's fun. It's fun. Oh, here we go. I flipped to the bald eagle. 468. Everybody knows the bob. Maybe you don't over there. That's the national bird right there of the United States of America where I live. And I see two of them in my neighborhood right over here. If you go check my squirrel, dude. Yeah, these birds. I'm hoping a hawk comes down and nails that squirrel. Big Mama put peanuts out there, and it's just I kept telling her we're not gonna get. We got one blue jay like 10 minutes ago, and that was it. And I missed it because the camera wouldn't point in the right direction. Anyway, let's hear about the bald eagle. How about that? Yeah. If you got his favorite bird, if I can find it in here, I'll be happy to read about it. If you want to shout it out. All right, here we go. Oh, I'm 100 pages off here. 468. Here we go. Bald eagle. Fantastic. Here we go. Eating dead fish. Remember the right spot? Yeah, we go. Eating dead fish stranded on a. Okay. Take 3. Eating dead fish stranded on beaches and riverbanks has caused many bald eagles to absorb large amounts of pesticides, which interfere with the bird's calcium metabolism and result in thin-shelled and often infertile eggs. But yeah, we had a big problem with DDT back in the I don't know 50s, 60s, and 70s. I know it was a big problem in the 60s and 70s. They sprayed on DDT as a pesticide to secure the plants, and they ended up getting into the metabolism of these bald eagles. And then I talked about this on when I saw Sam and Diane. But if they so it would weaken the shell. See, DDT, the effect on bald eagles is that it weakens their baby shells. So when they go to incubate them, mom and dad go sit on the shell and keep it warm, it breaks, and then you get a eagle mortality, and that sucks. So, shit. All right, so once a familiar sight along rivers and coasts, our national bird is today known mainly as an occasional migrant. Adults now usually outnumber young birds. Unless these pesticides can be removed from the bird's environment, we may face the loss of one of North America's most magnificent birds. Now, let's see, that is outdated because the bald eagle is doing fine now. Let's see what year this is, because they banned DDT in 1978 or 79, one of those two. Yeah, published 1977. Reprinted 15 times. This is reprinted in 1988. This one right here is printed in 1988. So this is 3 years before fall communism. So whatever. It's so it came off the endangered list in 2003. I want to say it was 03, and then it was fully removed from all of the lists in 07, I want to say. So the bald eagle, and excuse me, I had a friend who lived out in Gillette, Wyoming. It's one of those four square states we have out in the West. Anyway, he lived in this little town called Gillette, Wyoming. If you've never been there, don't worry about it. Nobody's ever been there. But he said, my friend Pat used to say, "Man, I hate those stupid birds. They're everywhere and you can't shoot them." He's like, they come down and they take our cats and our dogs and stuff, and but you can't kill them. So he hated them. They're beautiful birds. They're beautiful, gorgeous birds. But apparently, Gillette, Wyoming's Gillettites, Gillettians, Wyomingans. What do you call people from Wyoming? Cowboys. Anyway, he did not like the bald eagles out there. Let's see. What are we going to do here? Buick's Wren. I just pulled to that one. 588. Let's read about that one. Buick's Wren. This one right here. Saw one of these on the first day I put on the camera. That's a Buick's Wren, which is similar to a Carolina Wren, which we have here all the time. You'll see some over here. They like to eat at that suet. Where is it? That stuff right there. That's thing in the square. Right there. That's cotton. That's suet. That's the bird bath full of wild bird mix, habanero flavored. It's supposed to keep the damn mammals away. But then she put on some peanuts. There's some peanuts up in here, and there's a wild bird mix up there. So anyway, Buick's Wren 588. So I saw one of those, and I haven't seen it since. See, and yeah, see, we're right on. I'm right down here. Looking at this one here, right on kind of the border of its range, because we're right in the middle of the country. So but they're around. Buick's Wren is named for Thomas Buick, an English ornithologist and engraver. Although this species resembles the somewhat larger Carolina wren, it has an entirely different song and at close range shows white in the outer tail feathers. Buick's wren lives in similar surroundings, but generally prefers drier situations. Tough shit, Buick's, because it is wet out there. Well, black-billed magpie. Those are cool. Those live out in over in Colorado. Those are really neat. I'm not going to do it here though. Let's see. I'll just do a couple. There we go. I haven't done a robin yet. Everybody knows what a robin looks like that. So I think they're kind of like the Jays, and that some of them will move south, and then other ones will come in and get them, take their spot for the winter. 548. Oops. Come on, ham hands. There we go. Oops. Come on now. Fumbling about. That dude, American robin, just the robin. Robins originally nested in forests where they still do, so they are much shyer than the robins of the dooryard. Dooryard? Who says door? Who says dooryard? They breed only rarely in the deep south, where they prefer large shade trees on lawns. Yeah, nobody. Yeah, dude, it's hot as hell down there. I mean, like we got a different kind of heat here in Missouri, but Jesus, it's like it's like the front yard to hell down there in Mississippi, Alabama. That down there, especially inland. Although usually considered a harbinger of spring, robins often winter in the northern states, where they frequent cedar bogs and swamps and are not usually noticed by a casual observer, except when they gather in large roosts, often containing thousands of birds. As with many birds, their normal mortality rate is about 80%. Jesus! As with many birds, their normal mortality rate is about 80% a year. Good grief! That's a lot of dead birds, bro. Ha ha! Big Mom's coming home. So we pull it up. We're here. Okay. There you go. That was great. Oh, hey, there's Mockingbird. Shit. It doesn't have the. It doesn't. Does it have the? If you go to the picture, it'll tell you. What's it say? 419. It'll tell you what page the text is on, but I went to the text first this time, so I'm gonna see if it is revert if the reverse applies. It does. The Mockingbird. That's one right there. You might see some of the. We're gonna put out some. I'm trying to get a line on some bulk freeze dried insects. So hope we can get some more jays and some mockingbirds and stuff showing up. Here they come. Here they come. So get ready for a racket. Oh, that was the blue jay. Just flew by up the top. It went ee, and it flew. It's got some. What are these? Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. There's going to be a child on. I'm watching him. Jesus Christ. It's got to do it for YouTube. Take all the peanuts out. He's taking all the. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't believe he just burped. I'm so sorry. I'm a mockingbird. 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 I'm totally sorry. I totally forgot I was mic'd up. I totally just burped in the thing. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, whatever. No, don't. All right. So things got a whole lot more active around here. Kid got home. Your mama got home. And I had him go out and remove some of those stupid peanuts. This squirrel's scaring all the birds away. So, all right, whatever. Sit up there. Okay. I'm snapping too. Sit up there. She says, sit up there. I'm a mockingbird. All right, show you the picture of the mockingbird before. Here we go. Here comes. No, I'm wrong. Oh, here comes the mockingbird. I'm a mockingbird. I'm a mockingbird. Its beautiful song is richest on warm moonlit nights in spring. Really? Okay. Listen to the National Audubon Society wax poetic. Moonlit nights in the spring, when the bird may spend hours giving amazing imitations of other species. Look at me, I'm a cardinal. Look at me, I'm a robin. I'm a cowbird. I'm a cowbird. I don't know if I'm a cow or a bird. Oh, sorry. The songs of 30 it'll mimic the songs of 36 species were recognized from the recording of one mockingbird in Massachusetts. Hey, wow, that's quite a repertoire. 36 songs. I don't think at my height of being in the band, I got to 36 songs. No, I did. I was but still. Let's see, where am I here? I got sidetracked. Let's see. Birds in the western part of the species range have less musical songs and are less imitative. Oh, that sucks because I'm in the well. I guess we're talking about California. Right, there's a Eurasian tree sparrow up there. It's about to jump down into the thing. The damn squirrel's gone. Mockingbirds are strongly territorial and, like a number of other birds, will attack with their reflection in a window. We got to try this soon. Come spring, next month, I guess, sometime in March, I'll stick a reflective thing up in the window and see if they'll right in front of the thing and see if they'll attack it. It will attack their reflection in a window, hubcap, mirror, and at times with such vigor that they will injure or kill themselves. Jesus, damn, nature, you're scary. Thus, the boundaries of a bird's territory can be learned by placing a mirror at strategic locations and noting where the attack ceases. Huh. So, wow, jeez, that's militant. Jeez. Oh, there's a killdeer. When you guys want to hear about a killdeer, don't care. We're gonna go look at a killdeer anyway. Killdeer will be on page 492. What's your question?
So should I sprinkle pepper on like chili pepper flakes on the fruit
English?
stuff? Chili pepper flakes on the fruit stuff to keep the squirrels away.
Just don't put peanuts down.
Okay, there's fruit. Okay.
But I mean, there. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess you could.
Okay.
You could try it and see if it works.
Okay.
Enough a little bit. I forgot about the fruit. Killdeer is one of those cool birds that they named it after how it sounds, like a chickadee. All right, killdeer. This is probably our most familiar shorebird. Not only it's everywhere in North America. Extends all the way up to the Arctic Circle. In the summer, anyway, and then probably goes well down into Mexico in the winter. This is probably our most familiar shorebird. Not only is it abundant and conspicuous, but its loud call compels attention. When the nest is approached, oh yeah, these are awesome too. Because they'll listen to this. This is cool. They will check this out. When the nest is approached, the adult feigns injury, hobbling along with wings dragging as if badly wounded. This behavior often succeeds in luring a predator away from the eggs and the young. The bird then recovers and flies off loudly. It's flipping off the predator as it goes. Bye, sucker! No, where? Yeah, that's there. She's feeding him some stuff. There she is. There she is, Miss America. All right. Well, I think it's probably enough from the field guide today. What do you think? You want to move on to the ornithology? Oh, there's one more that I wanted to do. Is flip right here, as if by sheer serendipity. We're gonna look at the green heron. That's the green heron. I got some great videos up of a green heron at the pond. I actually got to get some fish. It's awesome. I thought it was a night heron at first, but it's a green heron. It's awesome. My eyes are going real bad, real fast. All right, green heron. Here we go. Here's the notes. The most common heron in much of its range. It all requires. Oh, sorry. Let me get the better light here. The most common heron in much of its range. All it requires is a pond or stream with thick bushes or trees nearby for nesting and soft, muddy borders in which to search for its prey. It stretches its neck and bill forward as if taking aim, nervously flicking its short tail, and after a few elaborately cautious steps, seizes the fish with a jab of its bill. I have a great video of this. I'm going to try and get slow mo of it next year. Um, a retiring bird. It is a retiring bird. What the hell is that? Retire is often first noticed when it flushes unexpectedly from the edge of the water and flies off, uttering its sharp call note. I have not noticed that. That's a retiring bird. I guess he just gives up easier. So I don't know. But that's one thing that green herons do that are really cool is they will use bait to catch fish. So or frogs. They sometimes catch small frogs too, but they'll throw a little piece of breadcrumb or like a little piece of whatever corn or whatever it'll find. It thinks it'll attract a fish. It'll throw it out there, and then when the fish comes and nails it, it'll nail that fish. Green herons are great. That's arguable tool use, which it's just like Big Mama's favorite bird, the Caledonian crow. No, I'm talking about green herons, but they use tools. Kind of like they use yeah, she's a big fan of Caledonian crow. All right, dude. Who's ready for the ornithology? Who's ready to learn? Ready to learn about some birds? Not birds. Not birds in particular. Birds in general. Who's ready to learn about birds? There's three of us out here looking at this ridiculous stuff. You know what? Maybe I ought to just wait for some actual birds to show up.
You want to put out there?
Fruit and
So I like
fruit and
halos out there.
what?
Halos.
What are halos? Oranges.
I put a banana down there.
Banana.
Oats and peanut butter.
Oats and peanut butter.
Hot pepper suet.
Hot pepper suet.
And I sprinkled everything with chili
Pepper flakes. Excellent. Fantastic. That's
Oh, you want the worms? You want the bugs out there?
I mean, you can if you want to. Sure.
Sure will.
Yeah, that sounds great. I actually got some mealworms in my tackle box that I'm not using. It. They're on the they're just right in there. You can't miss. What?
Those are disgusting.
Oh, I'm sure they're filthy.
Oh, that's
I'm
disgusting.
sure they smell terrible.
Maybe
Get them
do.
outside.
They're probably
Leave.
gross.
Go.
All
Bye.
of them? All of them?
Just go.
Please, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. All of them. Jesus Christ. What do you want to use them in here? Just to throw them. She wants to sneak one into a milkshake for me. Oh, she's evil. She's not evil. All right. So here she goes. It smells so bad. Her face. Oh, she's gonna put it in the feeder. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's cool. It's not open. So it's like gross. Oh, gross. That's so gross. Oh my god, it's a little tiny package. I can smell it. It's like in the ambience of the air, befouling it. it's befouling this air. Ugh. She's out there complaining. Oh God, it's so disgusting. Ew, God, gross. Ew, 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 ew. She's stomping around out the door. There she. Oh, bye. There she goes, carrying the trash. All right. Let's get down to the business, dude. All right. So here's the deal. First of all, I'm reading from my ornithology book, which is we'll drop a pen. Ornithology, boom, ornithology, with the big picture of the big white bird on it. It's by Frank B. Gill, Frank Dr. Gill. I'm assuming it's Dr. Gill. Frank's got a nice book here. It's 1990, so some of these references and everything are dated and everything like that. But it's all great and everything. So we're skipping past chapter 3. Chapter 3 is called. Let me flip to it here, dude. Chapter 3 is called phylogeny. Now that term is as boring as it sounds. I'm gonna gloss over. I'm gonna go over some terms that or some things that I had highlighted here, underlined, highlighted, and then I'm going to read the entirety of the summary at the end of the chapter, just so you can kind of get just like the basic gist. Then we're going to move on to the meat, and I'm going to try and get through as much of the meat today as we can, and that will come up later. I'm not going to tell you now, but I'll give you a hint. You ready? We're going to skip over chapter 3. Here's your hint. You ready? It's going to be chapter 4. Phylogeny. All right. Flipping through the notes. All right, let's just I'll read the first. One strength of a comparative science such as ornithology is that it helps us to understand the evolution of diversity. Finding natural order in the evolutionary relationships of species, their phylogeny is the first challenge that confronts us. Then follows the construction of a classification or orderly arrangement that reflects those relationships. Classification of the kinds of birds of the world helps ornithologists to communicate and serves as a tool in the continuing study of avian evolutionary relationships. That's the first paragraph. In this chapter, we will present an overview of the science of classification. So these are like the accountants of. It's like a necessary job, but it's boring as hell. That's what this is. It's like accountants for phylogeny. Okay, so here's the gist. This is the stuff that I highlighted starting up now. The diversity of birds is the result of 3 evolutionary processes. Phyletic evolution, which is the gradual change of a single lineage through evolution. Speciation, the splitting of one phyletic lineage into 2 or more, which we talked about on Friday or Saturday. I remember it was a few days ago, chapter 2. And then extinction, the termination of a lineage. So it's the everything we see today can be attributed to one or at least one of those 3 factors. Phyletic evolution, again, which is the gradual change of a single lineage through evolution. Speciation, which is the splitting of one group into two groups or more, and then extinction, which is the splitting of one group into no groups. All right, here we go. The complete classification of living birds is now a hierarchical arrangement of 30 or so. So it's kingdom. So the way I remembered how to classify these animals is a pretty nifty mnemonic device going kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. So it's King Philip came over for great spaghetti. For great spaghetti. So King Philip came over for great spaghetti, which will help you remember kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Okay, very good. So in the class Aves, kingdom Animalia, kingdom, phylum, Chordata, kingdom, phylum, class Aves, which is the birds. Okay, there are 30 orders, 100. This is in 1990, by the way. So there are 30 orders, 174 families, 2,044 genera, and 9,021 species. The rate of discovery of new species has dwindled to about 2 per year back in 1990. Current taxonomic efforts focus increasingly on the assessment of evolutionary relationships or phylogeny. That's evolutionary relationships. That's what phylogeny is. That's the gist of it. So, continuing on. Hi, Big Mama. No, I mean on the chat. Hi, Big Mama. But I'm right next to you, so you can just say hi.
Oh, my mom said hi.
I know she did. She told me to sit up. Okay, so in Ray's ornithology, which is ornithology with an AE ending. I don't know why. It's Latin. The first formal classification of birds. So that was the first one. Ray did it first. Then came Carolus Linnaeus, who actually gave us binomial nomenclature, or for the dum-dums out there, it's going to be the Latin name, even though they're all Greek. Anyway, Linnaeus did that. I think there was some kind of wasn't there some kind of crazy conspiracy involving Linnaeus, and then he ended up like being the name we remember. I don't remember. Let's look back. So Linnaeus used Ray's ornithology, the first classification. He used it as the stepping stone for the Systema Naturae, which led him on to the whole binomial nomenclature way of doing taxonomy, phylogeny, whatever. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection transformed the philosophical basis of an ornithological systematics. His concept of evolutionary relationships provided a sound theoretical and rational basis for finding evidence of common ancestries. So that got me thinking, and the fact that this book is older than shit. When, well, so I was looking at, so back before they did DNA, before they sequenced DNA, they did all the stuff by differences in characteristics of morphology, and that's just the body type. So, and they did it all by that, especially as it pertains to like this base of the skull. What
We had a small earthquake yesterday.
did we? Great. So, it kind of led me to think about so it led me to think about the human genome, because it made me kind of remember back in the early 90s someone talking about the human genome. I'm like, what the hell is that? Looked that up. They didn't finish that until 2003. The first bird genome sequenced was in 2004. And it was, anybody want to guess? It was a chicken. Of course it was a chicken. The chicken is the most populous bird in the world, I believe, more so than even the pigeon. More chickens on Earth, more biomass of chickens on Earth than anything else. Anyway, I just thought that was an interesting little tidbit. Okay, convergence. Convergence is unveiled by the study of fine anatomical details and the discovery of differences that reveal multiple evolutionary pathways to a particular functional solution. So that means, that different species. Oh, there goes a cardinal right across the way. It's going to come over here. I can't tell. It's how different species arrive at it's like doing a math problem and then getting the answer, but then there's all kinds of different ways to get the answer. Okay, that's convergence. All right, so it's like an addition. Okay, 10 9 plus 1 is 10, 8 plus 2 is 10, 7 plus 3 is 10, right? That they all converge on the number 10. So that's kind of what this is, only with evolution. Generally, the more complex the character, the less likely it is that that anatomical details will be precisely the same. So it's all according to Bach. Docs, paper 1965. Yeah, thanks, dude. I just got the thumbs up of approval from the little ick. All right, let's see here. All right, so primitive and derived characters. Remember, I'm just doing my little highlighted notes from the phylogeny chapter. So just we'll get to the fun stuff here in a second. But this is stuff that we need to know first. Primitive and derived characters. Let me get a little drink here. Primitive and derived characters. Taxonomic characters must be homologous structures, that is, structures that are shared by two organisms that quote unquote can be traced phylogenetically to the same feature in the immediate common ancestor of both organisms. End quote. I don't know if I said that right. Excuse me. For example, penguins have evolved flipper-like wings from the typical avian wings of their petrel ancestors. In this case, the wings of petrels represent the ancestral or primitive character state, whereas the flipper like wings of penguins represent the advanced or derived character state. We can then draw simple hypothetical branching sequences or cladograms. I hated cladograms in college. Dr. Timer had us do clades. I hated it. I hated it so much. Everyone hated it. It's the worst part, dude. Sorry, Doc. All right. So so a cladogram is basically this right here. That kind of, if I can get it to back this up, that kind of is a picture of a bird. That right there, those are cladograms. That's how we kind of figured out the process of the evolution of the splitting off, the speciation of any given species. So let me get the camera set back up here. Brilliant. Okay, there we go. Let's see. So those are cladograms. I'm not going to explain. I can't explain how they work because it's 25 years later and I don't remember. But I'm just going to read this statement again. You need to know it to understand evolution of species, but we're not really going to get that far into that stuff anyway. I don't think, but we'll see. Anyway, here it is. We can then draw simple hypothetical branching sequences or cladograms based on the characters of extant, that means living, species and their hypothetical ancestors. So you find a bundle of similarities, and then you start picking out the ones that are different, and then you start to graph. Like a tree, like a lineage of like a tree of common ancestors going all the way back as far as you can, using common traits. So, all right, here's the summary of chapter 3. The classification of birds, like the classification of other organisms, is organized as a hierarchy of taxa or groupings of species and populations of the class Aves into 30 orders, 174 families, 2,044 genera, 9,021 species. The species is the primary unit of biological classification. Theoretically, each taxon is monophyletic, consisting of species more closely related to each other than to species in other taxa. The formal naming of species and their orderly arrangement in hierarchical classification facilitates scientific inquiry and communication. That means we can talk together and know what we're talking about because we have a common vernacular vocabulary. The current ordinal classification of the birds of the world has changed little from the landmark work of Hans Friedrich Gadow in 1893 through the number of species reorganized by ornithologists. Though the number of species recognized by ornithologists continues to change as a result of new discoveries and conceptual revisions. It's kind of a subjective science. Um, the diversity of modern birds reflects historical patterns of speciation, extinction, and phyletic evolution. Remember, phyletic evolution is along the same line. Speciation is split along. You take one line, split it, and fork it into two or more branches. And extinction is cut that branch off. Um, Conservative taxonomic characters, uh, um, attributes. Sorry, conservative taxonomic characters, attributes that do not change easily in the course of adaptation, enable ornithologists to decipher which groups of species shared a common ancestor. Recognition of ancestral or primitive versus changed or derived character states aids in the reconstruction of the sequences of past evolutionary events. Convergence, the independent evolution of similar adaptations by unrelated species, can cause unrelated species to appear related. Cases of convergence can be revealed by a detailed study of complex characters, such as internal anatomy of the toes, and by biochemical evidence. Biochemical studies, which permit the assessment of genetic affinities of species, tend to confirm conclusions based on morphology, but sometimes suggest unsuspected affinities. Blah 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 blah. God damn. It's just just this drone. It says a ponderous tome here, and new patterns of adaptive radiation. No, that's why we're skipping this stupid chapter. The evolutionary relationships of birds, such as flamingos, continue to puzzle ornithologists. Look, it's fascinating to some people. It's not to me. Look, those are the big points. Okay, that's it. That's chapter 3. Those are the big points. Hey, guess what? Chapter 4 coming up next. It's been a slow day at the feeder.
Yeah,
It's been a really slow day at the feeder.
I think once you leave, it'll. I gotta hurry up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a really slow day at the feeder. It's except for squirrels. We've had lots of plenty of squirrels.
Yeah.
Just rotten little rodents. Rotten little rodents. The wee shits. The wee shits. I thought I brought my mammal book over here.
Liam, one biscuit,
To read
okay?
about this. Read about squirrels, but maybe
No,
not.
because I'm making biscuits right now.
Hey. Yeah. Yeah. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Chapter 4. Feathers. Feathers. Let's learn about feathers. Here we go. Feathers, the most distinctive feature of the avian anatomy, are an extraordinary evolutionary innovation. They are unique. They are unique integumentary structures that are fundamental to many aspects of a bird's existence. So, integumentary. Let's go for a vocabulary lesson. That means the outer layer. That would be your skin, your scales, your feathers. The integumentary layer. This is why I don't. This is why I don't do this with the family around. It's. They've been here all weekend, and I haven't been able to do this, and it's hard to concentrate, read, and everything like that. So, everything. Here we are. So, they provide insulation essential for controlling body temperature, aerodynamic power necessary for flight, and colors useful for communication and camouflage. In addition to these primary functions, feathers perform a variety of other roles. Modified feathers are important in swimming, sound production, hearing, protection, cleanliness, water repellence, water transport. Oh, that one's cool. Tactile sensation and support. That one's cool too. Feathers are feathers are composed mainly of keratin, an inert substance consisting of insoluble microscopic filaments embedded in an amorphous proteinaceous matrix. Okay, that is the scientific way of saying there are threads in goo. Again, feathers are composed mainly of keratin, an inert substance consisting of insoluble microscopic filaments embedded in an amorphous proteinaceous matrix, aka threads and goo. Because keratin is resistant to attack by protein digesting enzymes, which are mostly acids, I think they're all acids, it is an extremely long lasting biological material. Although keratin in the generic sense, is a standard constituent of other hard epidermal structures such as claws, hair, fingernails, and scales. The theta keratin, I think that's theta keratin, in bird feathers is unique. It is not, as we once believed, the same as found in reptile scales. The genes that control the production of avian theta keratin have, I'm just going to call it theta keratin. If it's called something else, then I forget. But it's the actual. Here, I'll show you that I don't even know if you can see that, but it's down there in the corner. Theta keratin. See that? I think it's a theta. So, the genes that control the production of avian theta keratin have been isolated and partly sequenced and were found to be radically different from genes that control other keratin synthesis. It appears that a genetic revolution of some kind led to the novel chemistry of feathers. In this chapter, we shall consider feather structure and function, discussing first the evolution of feathers from the reptilian scales and the basic feather structure, adaptive modifications of the structure, the major kinds of feathers in a bird's plumage, and the care of the feathers by application of oily secretions of the preen gland. Feathers are replaced in seasonal molts, which are an important feature in every bird's annual cycle. We discussed the relationships of molts and plumages and the details of molt sequences and some feather tracks. We devote the last section to feather colors, both the basis of the colors themselves and the function of the plumage color pattern. Everybody getting this? All dozen of you that are listening, all 3 or 4. All right, feather structure. So this is kind of a rough one to understand. You got this is the basic anatomy of an outer feather, a primary feather, and then that's like the inset. It's like the microscopic view of what you would see if you zoomed in on the little filaments to come off that main vein, which is called. It's funny. The main vein is called the rachis, and then the main part is called the vein. So yeah, figure that out. Make it make sense, science. I'm about to. Okay, so let's see here. The detailed structure of feather structure. The detailed structure of bird feathers has fascinated biologists for centuries, an enormous topic. We begin by reviewing the major feathers of a typical body or contour feather. Sorry, let me put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. We begin by reviewing the major feathers of a typical body or contour feather. The primary feathers of a typical body feather are a long central shaft and a broad flat vein on either side of the shaft. The hollow base of the shaft, the calmus, Calamus, anchors the feather in a follicle below the surface of the skin. The rest of the shaft, the rachis, Rachis, supports the veins. Lateral branches off the rachis, called barbs, are the primary elements of vein architecture. Each barb consists of a tapered central axis, the ramus. The plural is rami, Rami, with just Latin. It's all Latin, with rows of smaller barbules called venules. It's just biologists projecting from both sides. A barbule consists of a series of single cells linked end to end. So this is that's one of the filaments. So they kind of, well, I'll get into it. The cells may be simple or may be bare projections called barbacells, some of which are elaborate. Barbs and barbules form an interlocking but flexible surface. So that's, I wish I had a feather with me. I'd show you, but that's okay. I'm sure we'll get into it. It's a whole thing on birds, so I'm sure we'll get back into it. The veins of a typical body feather grade from a hidden, fluffy basal portion, which provides insulation, to a visible, cohesive distal portion. So the basal, that means close to the base, and then distal means as you move away from the base. Okay, so which provides insulation, or to a visible, cohesive distal portion, which has a variety of functions. So if we flip back here, so if we go down here to the so let's see, wait, this is the basal portion, and then this is the distal portion. Okay. All right. So where am I at here? But there's okay. So I'm sorry. I to get off on one thing, and then I gotta get back on this other thing. The bars, whatever. I'm gonna start over. The veins of a typical body feather grade from a hidden fluffy basal portion to. Okay, I read all that stuff. The barbules on the barbs at the base are long, thin, and flexible, and do not have barbicels, so they don't hook. That's the at the base of the feather. That's that fluffy stuff that, like, just if you think about a windy topic, they're gonna start blowing around. That's that stuff. They don't. So, but the barbicels are what we move up the. What's this dude doing? Crazy drivers. Sorry, someone did something crazy at the corner out there. It's like when you pull a feather this way, the little filaments come apart. And then when you streak it along this way, they all go back together. The barbs all go back together. That's the barbules and the hooks, barbules and the hooklets working. So it's almost like Velcro. Believe it or not, our muscles kind of work in the same fashion. It's a same but different. Anyway, I'll get off on. Bugs! Sorry, we yelled at the kid. He's supposed to take some stuff out of the oven because I wasn't supposed to be bothered with that, but here we are. Whatever. It'll burn, I guess. Let's see. Well-developed barbicels of various kinds are present on the pennaceous barbules that form this part of the vein. The cohesive structure of the outer vein is based on the interlocking arrangement of pennaceous barbules. Pennaceous. I wrote this one down. Feathers having a stiff, flat, blade-like, or vein structure, not downy. Those are the pennaceous feathers. So let me back up here so we can. Now you know what that means. I'll say it again so you can fill it in where it needs to be filled in. With their similarly thin, flexible parent barbs, they create a downy or plumaceous feather texture. In contrast, the outer pennaceous part of the vein is a firmly textured, tightly interlocking structure. Okay, so inside, outside, outside, inside. That's a great song by String Cheese Incident. I'm such a dork. Okay. Well developed barbicels of various kinds are present in the pennaceous barbules that form this part of the vein. The cohesive structure of the outer vein is based on the interlocking arrangement of pennaceous barbules. They just kind of tongue and groove together like that. It's cool. Just go search. Just get on Google. So go search up um, barbicels and barbules and hooklets in bird feathers, and I'm sure somebody's going to have some kind of video showing the mechanics of that. It's pretty cool. It's so simple, but it's so vital, so critical. You can't have birds without it. You just can't. It kind of makes you wonder because I read this other thing on the Audubon Society site. I don't know how I ended up there, but they're saying that right after the Mesozoic era ended, and the asteroid hit, all the dinosaurs died, went extinct. There's basically two lineages that started. So there's your extinction, right? And then you have your two lineages that kind of made it through there. So like I think in that extinction, I think 85% of everything died. I'm not entirely sure about that number, but anyway, there's two lineages of birds, and then I think something like 95% of all the birds we have today come from one of these. And I think that it's going to get into it later, but this is from another article. It's not in this. It might be in something in this book, but talking about an Audubon article I read yesterday. Anyway, the point is that after the extinction, and you had these two lineages, then you had the what was the term? Oh, man, it's been so long since if I had to take a test on this right now, I'd be screwed. Um, you had it's all way back in the front of this last chapter, which I kind of glossed over. It is phyletic evolution. That's where you have changes along the same line. Okay. And then you add interspersed speciation, which is when you have a line split off, fork off into into two or more lineages. Okay. Phyletic evolution along the same line, speciation forks off into more lines. Okay, so it kind of makes you. So after the extinction occurred, you had those two things going just absolutely apeshit all over the place. And birds started to fill every niche that there was to fill, plus all the ones in the sky because the pterodactyls were dead, right? And then you even got to see a few mammals do that, like the sugar glider. I mean, we have sugar gliders now. Have flying squirrels. I think they have flying frogs. I want to say that there's like winged frogs, not winged, but I mean like they have membranous skin. But I don't know. I know that there are like flying frogs though. It's wild, man. Just nature, man. Okay, so um let's see. Okay, the body feathers of birds typically include a secondary structure or after feather, which emerges from the underside of the rachis, where the first basal barbs of the vein branch off. With rare exception, the barb and barbule structure of after feathers is plumaceous, meaning it's downy. The after feather's primary function is to enhance insulation. The after feathers of ptarmigan, Ptarmigan, winter plumage. I think I don't know. I didn't write down what ptarmigan is, but screw it. Let's find out what ptarmigan is. Let me finish the sentence here. Ptarmigan winter plumage are 3/4 as long as the main feather outside. It's a kind of bird. All right, I'm not going to do that. Look it up. Ptarmigan, Ptarmigan, ptarmigan. The after feathers of ptarmigan winter plumage are 3/4 as long as the main feather. The after feathers of summer plumage are much shorter. They molt twice. Feathers are subject to striking modifications. Extreme fusion of the developing barbs results in feathers that look like strips of plastic. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the birds of paradise have that. As for example, do the crown feathers of the curl-crested Aracari. Aracari, yeah, it's got a little accent on it. Aracari, Aracari. So X Igu accent under the sea because it's French or something. I don't know. And the central tail feathers of the red bird of paradise. Yeah, there's bird of paradise right there. The quote unquote plastic feathers of the paradise birds function in courtship display, but why this Aracari has such feathers is not known. The vein shapes of display feathers range from long and pointed, as are a rooster's hackles, to short and round, as are the head feathers of small birds. Rakuses, yeah, rakuses vary from thin and flexible, like those in the display tail feathers of some tropical hummingbirds, to heavy, stiff structures like those in the bracing tail feathers of woodpeckers. Close spacing of large barbs with extra long curved barbicels makes water repellent feathers. Listen to this. This is cool. Hold on, it's one after this. Close spacing of large barbs with extra long curved barbicels makes water repellent feathers and petrels, rails, and ducks. All right, this is a cool one. Flat coil barbules on the belly feathers of sand grouse create a hairy mat that absorbs water for transport to young at nests remote from water source. They carry it with them. That's all. They have a water bucket, and they just carry it in like their little breast feather pouches. They carry the water to their babies. It's just man, that's beautiful. It's beautiful the way nature does some things. I don't know what's up with these birds. They're just not out there today. They're not. They're just not out there today. So yeah. I think what happened is she put these peanuts out there to get because she wants to see blue jays, and we had one blue jay, and it's been a stupid squirrel. And I had the kid go out there and take the peanuts out. And this, but they still saw the jay. They won't come if the jays are out there because jays are mean. Jays are mean animals. So they hide. So they're just making sure that this jay is going to come back. I think that's my hypothesis anyway. All right, let me get a little sippy. I bought a little tripod, and I'm going to put it. Oh, they're back. I bought a little tripod, and I'm going to put it out there one of these times. When it's got to get a little bit warmer. But I'm going to get you right in the action one of these times. Just got to figure out exactly how. But don't worry, we'll get there. All right, veined feathers. Most conspicuous feathers are veined feathers, which include the smaller contour feathers covering the body surface and the larger flight feathers of the wings and tail. The smooth overlapping arrangement of veined feathers reduces air turbulence in flight. The tiny flat contour feathers that cover a penguin's body create a smooth, almost scaly surface that reduces friction during swimming. Do Mama's home? She get some paint? Okay. I might have to help her. Well, I'll see. Let's see if she needs it. Here she comes, Miss America. Paint?
Yeah, which color like for the cabinet? That looks cute. That looks pretty.
Not pink.
That one?
Yeah, not pink. Flight feathers are large, stiff, almost completely pennaceous feathers. Remember, pennaceous is the outer layer without an after feather. They're adapted primarily to aerodynamic functions and have very little importance in insulation. Long, stiff flight feathers called remiges, singular would be remex, R-E-M-E-X, plural R-E-M-I-G-E-S, form the main horizontal surfaces of the wings. Thank you, dear. Yeah, thanks very much. Get out of here, dog. Rows of smaller feathers called coverts. Those are the little tiny. Here, I'm just gonna show you. That's the structure of a wing right there. Build this. Let's see if I can get this to back up. That's gonna close. That is the structure of a wing. That's the close up of a paper. So there's this, that's the gist of it. That's what I'm reading about right now. Okay. Back to the birds. Back to the birds. There we go. All right. So, Called, okay, let's back up so we got the full thought. Long, stiff flight feathers called remiges form the main horizontal surfaces of the wings. Rows of smaller feathers called coverts overlap the bases of the remiges and cover the gaps between them. So it's like a lizard male. It's like a yeah, like that crazy ceramic lizard male. It's nuts. Okay, so just forget it. It's a bird walk. The long shafts of the outer remiges, the primaries, attached to the hand bones. These feathers provide forward thrust on the downstroke of the wing during flight. Flight feathers veins are asymmetrical, presenting a narrow outer vein that cuts the air. Most birds have 10 primaries. However, storks, flamingos, grebes, and rheas, Rhea, rheas, have 11. Ostriches have 16, and some passerines have 9. Passerines, I think, are perching birds. So everything we're going to see here pretty much. Specialized barbules called friction barbules found on the inner veins of the outer wing feathers reduce slippage and separation of feathers during flight. Um, on the inner veins of the outer primary wing. Oh, okay. Right. I follow you now. Okay. The longest friction barbules are found in the central part of the inner vein. Yep. Well, that's because we're all the silent flight of an owl. Though that's go see a documentary on how owls hunt. Those things they're terrifying. The silent flight of an owl, which enables it to surprise prey. Yeah, I'd say it surprises prey. Results in part from two special structural features that help to muffle feather sounds. The barbs on the leading edges of the owl's primaries are long, curved, well separated structures that reduce air turbulence. Unusually long barbules help minimize the rubbing of overlapping feathers. Nightjars have a similar soft feather texture. Because flight efficiency is directly linked to the structure of the primaries, major structural modifications are uncommon. The narrow outer primaries of the male American woodcock, which produce which produce trilling noises during courtship flights, are an exception. The primaries of flightless cassowaries consist of only strong spine-like extensions from the calamus. Oh, great! Those because they're not terrifying as it is. These 28 centimeter spines protect the cassowary's flanks from abrasive vegetation. Yeah, but that's all they do. They'll kill you. Those things. Look up the videos of these idiots on the beach petting cassowaries. Like, okay, that thing's gonna kill you. Yeah, whatever. It's like you don't know how close to death they were during the breeding season. Extensions of the second primary of male pennant wing nightjars and standard wing nightjars grow for temporary use in courtship. They're talking about this. That's tell the that structure right there. And then what they do is when courtship's over and they find an old lady, they just bite those off. Let's see here. Chew them off. It said the nitros described okay. The inner feathers of the wing, the secondaries, attached to the ulna, which is one of the arm bones, and generate lift in flight, ranging from 6 in hummingbirds to 19 in the great horned owl, 40 in albatrosses. The secondaries form much of the inner wing surface. They have also been modified for display purposes. For example, in the broad flag-like inner secondary that is essential for courtship in the mandarin duck. That's a beautiful duck. Mandarin duck. That's a beautiful duck. Beautiful bird. Quite a different kind of modification is found in the thickened club-like feather shafts of the central secondaries of the club-winged manakin. Manakin. The shafts made loud castanet-like, I don't know what the hell castanet sounds like, snapping noises when the mannequin claps its wings together. There we go. That's a pretty cool picture right there. Check this one out. So there's a whole bunch of different tail feather types. Oh, with the fat thumb out of the way. That's kind of cool. They're going to refer to these as racket shaped. So keep those in mind. That racket shape, that one right there. So there we go. All right. Let's see here. The flight feathers of the tail. Let's see. Where am I at? Okay.
What are your pants in here?
Do I have pants on?
Or your black pants, are they in here? I think.
Hey, we could do it. We could do a combination ornithology mukbang thing, and you can listen to me eat.
You're hungry. Come on.
Excuse me.
Tell the way you want to eat real quick.
The flight feathers of the tail, the rectrices, which the singular is restrix, R-E-C-T-R-I-X. R-E-C-T-R-I-X. That's the singular. The plural is rectrices. Reading's hard sometimes. Okay. Okay, so the flight feathers of the tail, the rectrices, attached to the fused caudal vertebrae, that's the tailbones, or pygostyle. Well, I don't know why everything's got to be different in birds, but I'll start over again. The flight feathers of the tail, the rectrices, attached to the fused caudal vertebrae, or pygostyle, Pygostyle. It's like our tailbone, kind of, sort of. There are usually 12 rectrices, which function primarily in steering and braking during flight. I think you can see them working in that bald eagle one I did. Got when he lands up on the top of that snag. It's pretty cool. The elaborate tails of pheasants, lyrebirds, birds of paradise, and hummingbirds serve primarily in display and can be a handicap in flight. Some motmots, drongos, names these fucking things, and kingfishers have racket-tipped rectrices with bare shafts and terminal veined sections. The racket-shaped tail of the male marvelous spatula tail. Who names these stupid birds? Spatula tail. Who names these? Small hummingbird includes only 4 rectrices, 2 of which are only thin, flexible rachises, 15 centimeters long, with large flags. Blah blah blah. This doesn't. They're talking about this. They're talking about that one right there. How it's weird. They're saying, "Hey, look, that one's weird." That's it. That's all it is. Saying that they have a whole bunch of functions depending on what they're going to be using their tail feathers for. Okay, so down, bristles, and other kinds of feathers. Unlike firm vein feathers, down feathers are soft and fluffy. Birds such as ducks, whose natal down covers their entire bodies, are said to be, here's another one of these great words, tilopadic. P-T-I-L-O-P-A-E-D-I-C. Tilodadic. The P, I guess, is silent. And then there's silopadic. P-S-I-L-O-P-A-E-D-I-C. So tilopadic and silopadic. I know. It's what? Okay, you want to know what this stuff means? They can just say this. Listen to this. Ready? Tilopadic means covered in down when they hatch. That's it. Downy. You guys just say downy. No, they don't. They say, who cares? So the silopadic means nearly naked. So okay, everybody got that? Tilopadic with a P, covered in down at hatching. Silopadic with a P. You're gonna find these tilopadic and silopadic. You're finding them right next to each other in the dictionary. Anyway, tilopadic covered in down, silopadic nearly naked. All right. I had a rough time wrapping my head around those 2 words earlier. All right, so the down feathers of adult birds, called definitive downs, also vary from thick continuous distributions underneath the contour feather coat to restricted distributions in association with the feather tracts or bare areas. A down feather typically lacks a rachis. That's the central kind of vein. Somebody call it a bird leaf one time. It's like, dude, you need a feather? Anyway, you do funny stuff in college. Rather flexible. What is this guy? Flank Gill. What's with these words, dude? These words, and I got this a long time ago too. Plumulaceous barbs. God, I think it was dust jacket. They have a large rachis with loose plumulaceous veins. That means that they're loose and, like, wispy. Wispy is the word. He's just plumulaceous, wispy. Some are close. That's why I'm here, baby, to distill everything down to its
Same model.
barest structure. Whereas others, some are close to down in structure, whereas other more closely resemble contour feathers. Semi-plumes are distinguished from down feathers by the plumes, by the lengths of their rachis, which is always longer than the longest barb. Semi-plumes are found at the edges of the contour feather tracks, but are usually hidden from view. They enhance thermal insulation and fill out the aerodynamic contours of the body plumage. Yep. Filoplumes, Filoplumes, are hair-like feathers distributed inconspicuously throughout the plumage in association with contour and flight feathers. They monitor the movement and position of veined feathers. They are mostly numerous near mechanically active or movable feathers. Okay, I follow. Okay, flight feathers may have 8 to 12 filoplumes per quill. Felix, should I wait
Yes.
until? Should I turn this off while you guys do that, or would you? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so they monitor the movement and position of veined feathers. Okay, so they are most numerous near the mechanically active or movable feathers. Okay, so these are your. I can't think of them in here, dude. Driving me nuts. Okay, so these are like they're like they get the bearings. They're like the nerve. They're the input point. Okay, they're like if you have any pilots out there, I don't even know what the term is, but they're like the airspeed gauge. You know what I mean? It's like the land speed, airspeed, whatever the hell that little thing that sticks out the bottom underneath the cockpit, flight deck. You know what I mean? So, sorry about that. Kick the camera. Okay. Yeah. So let's see here. Filoplumes are okay. There you go. That's 12 purpose clear. Filoplumes consist of a fine shaft that thickens distally, so it gets as it grows out from the follicle, it gets wider, it gets fatter, ending in a terminal tuft of 1 to 6 short barbs with barbules, like a dandelion. Barbules, and similar to those of a down feather, are simple in structure. The slightest disturbance of a phyloplume's enlarged tip is magnified and transmitted by the long, thin shaft to sensory corpuscles at its base. So, yeah, let me finish the thing. Which then signal the muscles at the base of the veined feather, causing them to adjust the feather's position. So, it almost makes it sound like it's like an autonomic kind of like an automatic thing. Filoplumes aid fine adjustment of the remiges during flight. Those in association with the breast feathers may also monitor airspeed. That's awesome. That's like the speedometer is having these things on their feathered filoplumes on their little breastplate kind of thing. As might be expected, filoplumes are absent in ostriches and other flightless ratites. Ostriches, emus, cassowaries, those. I wonder if Roadrunner has them. Who knows how fast it's running? All right, we're gonna finish out. We're gonna finish out uh, kinds of feathers, down bristles, and what's this? Filoplumes and other kind of feathers. And I'm gonna take a break. All right, here we go. Bristles are another specialized type of feather with both sensory and protective functions. Bristles are simplified feathers that consist of only a stiff, tapered rachis with few basal barbs. Semi-bristles are similar but have more side branches, except for those on the knees of bristle-thighed curlews, bristle-thighed curlews, and on the toes of some owls. There you go, is a normal word. Bristles are found almost exclusively on birds' heads. The facial feathers of raptors tend to be simplified to bristles and semi-bristles, which are easier to keep clean than fully veined feathers. This condition reaches an extreme in the carrion-eating vultures, which have bare heads with very scattered bristles. The eyelashes of such birds as hornbills, rheas, and cuckoos consist of protective bristles, as do the nostril coverings of woodpeckers, obviously jays, and crows. Most aerial insect-eating birds have bristles and semi-bristles around their mouths. The semi-bristles around their mouths of nightjars and owlet nightjars are especially well developed, acting not only as insect nets, but possibly also as sensors of tactile information in much the same way as a cat's whiskers do. Corresponding to their sensory functions, bristles like phyloplumes have sensory corpuscles at their bases. Yeah, sensory corpuscles at their bases. Who'd have thunk it? We'll be right back. If you got any questions, just shout them out, dude. Excuse me, Jesus. I'm leaning back and it won't come out. Evicted. The feather coat. The feather coat of most birds consists of thousands of feathers. A tundra swan has roughly 25,000 feathers, of which 20,000 or 80% are on its head and neck. Wow, really? That's a lot. Geez, 80% of it's wow. What's the tundra swan look like? I gotta know. Huh, wouldn't have guessed that. I mean, nothing special about it. Just right. 80% of his feathers are on its head and neck. Huh. Should look up their range, but I didn't. Oh. Let's see. Songbirds typically have 2,000 to 4,000 feathers, of which 30 to 40% are on their head and neck. The lightness of a single feather belies the total weight of a bird's feather coat. In general, the feather coat of birds weigh 2 to 3 times as much as. Oh yeah, here goes a crazy one. Yeah, this is nuts. Yeah, listen to this. Hold on a second, let me get to. I want to get the full thought on there. In general, the feather coats of birds weigh 2 to 3 times as much as their bones. it's amazing. For example, the plumage of a bald eagle, which you saw earlier, weighs about 700 grams. The plumage, okay, that's the feathers, okay, of a bald eagle weighs about, if you stack them all up on a scale, they're going to weigh about 700 grams or 17% of its total mass, okay? All right. So you take the weight of the feathers, you put all the feathers on a scale, you take that number, boom. Okay. Then you put the whole bird, feathers and all, on the scale, then you get that number, boom. You take the first number, you divide it by the second number, you're going to get 17%, give or take, right? Okay, that's amazing. So now listen to this. So then you take the bones of the very same bird, you put those on the scale. Okay, you weigh those, number, boom. Then you get the same bird, same full weight of the bird, bones, feathers, beak and all. Throw that on the scale, you get that number, same number as before, boom. Take the first number divided by the second number, you're going to get 7%. Okay. A bird's skeleton is going to weigh 272 grams. Its feathers are going to weigh 700 grams. That's amazing to me. That's a weird way to get around to that. That I know. I took a weird little traipse through the tulips, but anyway, see the feathers weigh what? That's 3 times as many. Hold on a second. Silence. Somebody's texted me. Hold on a second. Come on now. There we go. 700 divided by 2. Was it 242? 272. So a little more than 2.5 times as much. Wow. The feathers of a bald eagle weigh 2.5 times as much as the bones. That's hard to wrap your head around. All right. Well, that's a fact. That's something you know now. Congratulations. Although feathers cover the entire body of a bird, they are not attached to the skin evenly or uniformly. Rather, feather attachments are grouped in dense concentrations called feather tracts or terrylae, Pteryle, terrylae, which are separated from each other by regions of skin with few or no feathers called apteria, Apteria. So the root, did you hear that? That's our tornadoes. They blow the tornado sirens the first Monday of the month, and today's the first Monday of February. You hear that? Let's see if I can. I can't open the window. I'm gonna go outside. Hold on a second. One second. I'm gonna go outside so you can hear this. I like it when they wind when they spool the sirens down. Hang on. Hopefully get out there before they. It's really loud outside. You hear them in the distance too. Sounds like a bunch of coyotes going on. All right. Anyway, in the tornado-prone parts of the United States where I live, every Monday or first Monday of every month, they test the fire. That'd be California. They test the tornado sirens, and because if we get a tornado, which they'll pop up anywhere, and they're terrifying. I got one. I used to have one. I used to get a pic. I had a picture of my house, and with a big funnel cloud right behind it, probably like, I don't know, 7 to 10, maybe 5-7 miles away, because we were still clear where I was, but it was gnarly off to the west, and I lost that picture though. So anyway, they sound the tornado siren. They test those tornado sirens once a month. We need them around here. There's some. We had a crazy tornado. Actually, my backyard's still screwed up from the tornado we had last year. I actually killed a couple cardinals. In this bush you're looking at right now. There used to be a pair of cardinals, and we actually watched them raise 2 young last year. And we decided this year, because cardinals will come back to the same bush, if not the same nest, when they return from there. Well, a lot of them will stick around all year long. Some of them migrate. This one, I'll never know, because they got wiped out by this tornado that hit my house. It hit near my house. It hit my house hard enough that with the fence, we had just, it sucked. So, but I think because we lost the cardinals, we never saw them again. Those 2, and they were like those 2. I think the babies grew up and fledged and were fine. But, and you know what? It's entirely possible that because a lot of birds will come back and they will live their whole lives within a pretty tight range of where they hatched. So a lot of birds do that. A lot of birds, many birds do that. They're kind of like like the river salmon that way. So anyway, where was I? Let's see. Oh, Terlae and Apteria. So Terlae are the feather tracts where the feathers grow out. Pteryae. Those are where the feathers sprout out of the body, right? So and then there's areas between those areas between the Terlae called Apteria, and so PTER, the wing stuff of wings, the stuff of flying. Okay, pterodactyl, Pteridae. I'm sure I have to think of a few more, but those are the ones that. Anyway, so that's kind of the root. So when you stick A in front of something, you're saying that it's without that. So Apteria, that would be without the Pteria, right? So without the flying stuff. That's kind of like you stick an A in front of something, it means without that. Okay. Some people know this. A lot of people probably know this. Some people don't. So, this is for the people that don't. We have a motto in our house. And it really ought to. My sister is really good at this stuff. She get a needle point, like that one lady, like the Oracle has in the Matrix. Where it says Tenet Nosce. It says know thyself. It's all needle pointed up there. I'd never like to ever needle point something that says we kill ignorance in this house. That's what we do, man. We kill ignorance in this house. It's the only it's the only acceptable annihilation around here is so that's where we're bringing the ignorance aside to you. Boom, TM, Ick boys. All right. If look, I know there's not a whole lot of people here. We're on chapter 4. It's all about feathers. It's gonna get So, sibling rivalry. We got to jump ahead of that. Ooh, birds and sibling rivalry. All right, we'll get there eventually. No, this is gonna be a long. It's gonna be a long time. All right, so doing birds, there's lots of stuff to know, and this book doesn't even. It's just like the more fun stuff. We're gonna go into. We'll go into some scientific papers and all the whole thing. Yeah, dude, the whole thing. All right, so Terle and Apteria. Remember the difference? Cool. All right, let's go. There are 8 major feather tracts. There are they're subdivided into as many as 100 separate groupings, which can be used to distinguish avian taxa. The study of these arrangements is called Pterylosis. No, Pterylosis. Pterylosis. If the study of this is called every other study of whatever ends in ology, why is the study of this Pterylosis instead of teriology? Teriology? Teriology. Well, I wonder if it's like a Michael Douglas thing where his name is already taken. Let's see. Hold on, let's see here. Terry P-E-R-Y-O-L-O-G-Y. Teriology. No. Pteridology? No. Is the branch of botany to study plants, dedicated to the study of ferns and related vascular plants, such as club mosses and horsetails. Okay, but there's no teriology. That's dumb. Search for teriology. Yeah, search for that. The ornithologist. No. Why don't they just call it that? That's dumb. Instead, they call it Terilosis. That's confusing. Science. Why can't these scientists get it together, man? Get your shit together, scientists. All right, man. Astronomy is astronomy, but astrology is hokum. You know what I mean? Sorry, ladies, it is. Your personality does not depend on where the sun what part of the sun, sort of the sky the sun crosses in the wee hours of the morning, or just before. I don't know what the hell. It's just so dumb. I'm a Gemini, by the way. The bases of feathers that are grouped tightly in feather tracts are linked by a complex network of tiny muscles that originate on one feather base and insert into the adjacent one. Oh, that's cool. It's like fungus, fungi. My mom just texted me. Hi, Mom. Oh God. Okay. This elaborate. Hi, Mom. Oh God. Okay. This elaborate muscle system. She's watching. Oh, I love you. I love you, Mom. All right. I love you, Mom. All right. I'll stop. This elaborate muscle system enables a bird to control feather position for courtship displays or regulation of heat loss. So this is like this is when you see a bird fluff itself up when it's hot out, or when I guess it does too when it's cold sometimes, but more when it's hot, if it fluffs itself out, it's letting loose all of the hot insulated air that it's trapped up underneath those feathers, and just letting it all and that's like they can't sweat. They don't have sweat glands, but they can let go of that, and they can cool themselves off. So that's kind of cool. See, if functional sets of feathers were not grouped closely but were spaced evenly over the skin, controlling muscles would have to span greater distances. This would make them decidedly less effective unless their mass increased accordingly. So, what it's saying is that it has to cluster. And for efficiency's sake, nature has determined that the feathers have to be clustered together in most of these birds, because that's because that's the best expense of the it's hard being a bird. Okay, you go out there. It's hard out here in these skies. Skies. It's hard out in these streets. It's hard out here in these skies, man. Bird got to get some help, dog. So, all right, dude. I'm sorry. I sound like an idiot. All right, say, Mom. They had me. If you're still listening, she's not. They had me talking like Peter Griffin the other day from New England. Oh my God. Big Mama did the funniest. I'll see if she can come in here. Peter and Lois. Okay, I'll shut up, dude. I sound so stupid. All right. Feather care. Let's talk about maintenance of them feathers. Daily care of the feathers is essential. Birds may preen their feathers as often as once an hour while resting. They systematically rearrange their plumage with their bills, repositioning out of place feathers. They also draw the long flight feathers individually and firmly through the bill to restore the veins integrity. So yeah, it was like I was talking about before. They don't have teeth, but they do have little spiny little most birds. They have little spiny little protrusions from their beak, from their bill. Okay, it's not teeth, but they're like teeth. Okay, but they're used for combing them. For lack of better terms, they comb themselves with their beaks, with the little with the little spines in their mouths. And I don't remember the names. I'm sure I knew at one point, but that's basically what. And like the better comb you, it's like think about it. Okay, for evolutionarily speaking, the better comb you have, and the better barbules and hooklets you have. Okay, the healthier you are. Okay, and so on and so forth. Okay, down through the line. Okay, multiply that over deep time. Okay, remember how we talked about deep time? Remember deep time? Okay, that's how you get things to evolve. Okay, to get better and better. Okay, so but it's put that system together and a a healthy functioning bird you have. All right, where was that? They also draw the long flight feathers individually and firmly through the bill to restore the vein's integrity. I read that part. Birds groom and delouse, that would be getting rid of lice, head and neck feathers by vigorous scratching. Yeah, that's right. Let's do that. Herons, nightjars, and barn owls have miniature combs on their middle toe and are used in grooming. Is that right? Didn't know that. Is there a figure on that? No. Is there? Their middle toe claws. Let me see if I can do that. What is that? What? So we got herons around here. Oh, let's see if I can see if I can find that. Heron middle. Oops. Heron middle toe. Oh, it's called a pectinate. Pectinate. Herons possess a specialized pectinate middle toe with serrated like ridges on the inner edge of the claw. Oh, pectinate. Okay, so is there a picture of this thing? Oh, there it is. Okay, look at this, dude. That's amazing. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can turn it this way. Balls. Google. I don't know if it's me or if it's this, but all right, whatever. Here, look at that. That's the little comb they're talking about. Isn't that wild? That's on the ins. That's I want to say the inside of the toe. I have to turn it back and read it, but that's on the toe of a heron. And we have those around here. There's a song sparrow right down there. Let's see if I can. I'm doing a lot here. Hang on, bear with me. Bear with me. There's a song sparrow right down there. So I can get it. Can I get it? Song sparrow right down there. All right. Sorry, folks. You reset up here. All right. Bear with me. So I'm a one-man band here. There we go. That should get it all. I hope. All right. So yeah, okay. So that's the thing. Now, so congratulations. That's the thing you don't know. Pensonate. Pensonate? Is that what it was called? Pensonate? I did not know that. I know we talked about their eyesight before, but yeah, as well. Most birds scratch their heads directly, reaching up under the wing with the foot, although some scratch indirectly over the wing. That's a big long parenthetical after that. Okay, sorry. It's just, where the sentence ends, and like you're the only one that doesn't know it. Most birds scratch their heads directly, reaching up under the wing with a foot, though some scratch indirectly over the wing. That's how I should have said it. The advantage of one method over the other is not apparent. Well, okay. I wouldn't have even noticed it, but I guess like you itch where you itch, dude. So I'll get a bad enough itch, dude. You, like, oh my god, okay. Yeah, you just gotta find anything you have to find to scratch it. Okay, it reminds me of that the Joel joke. Okay, so there's a bear and a rabbit walking in the woods. Okay, forgive me if I punch out the fuck line here. Okay, so but there's a bear and a rabbit walking in the woods. Okay, and the bear and the rabbit they're walking. First of all, why is there bear? I don't know why the bear and the rabbit are hanging out, but anyway, the bear turns over to the rabbit and he goes, "Is it true shit doesn't stick to your fur?" And the rabbit's like, "Yeah, of course I'm a rabbit. Shit doesn't stick to my fur, and everybody knows shit doesn't stick to my fur. And I mean, look." So it's like, "Oh yeah, okay, well, whatever." So, later on, there's the bear. He's incredulous. He can't believe it. He says, he asks again. He's like, it just doesn't see. It sticks to my fur. And the rabbit's like, "No, dude, it does not stick to my fur. It's thing about we're lucky this way, rabbits." So, like later on, the bear has to stop and have a little pit stop, and so he does his thing. He comes back and he grabs the rabbit and he wipes his ass with him. I love that joke. All right, man. Excuse me. All right. Feathers are inert and do not have an internal system of nourishment and maintenance. So that's why they have to do all the preening. They would become brittle with age and exposure. English, motherfucker, do you speak it? They would become brittle with age and exposure were it not for regular applications of the waxy secretions of the uropygial gland, Uropygial gland, uropygial gland, or preen gland, located on the rump at the base of the tail. So, lots of glands. Animals arrive with have glands. I guess that's pretty. Oh, let's use a word from earlier. Distal from the tip of the beak, where they. Yeah, right. Where the comb is, that's where they keep the hair gel. Right back there. That is. I'm sorry if I just gave you that. If I gave it to myself, so I must have given it to the one of the two people watching right now. Sorry about that. The preen gland secretes a rich oil of waxes, fatty acids, fat, and water, which when applied externally with the bill, cleans feathers and preserves feather moistness, and flexibility. Unlike sebaceous secretions through the skin or the feather base, preen gland, preen gland secretions do not harm the fluffy, insulative texture of the plumage. I swear to God, I don't drink. I don't know why I don't know. I get like blah, blah, blah in my mouth. Sorry about that. Regular applications of the secretion of the. Besides that, it's not even noon yet. It's 11:20 St. Louis. Nope, not me. All right, so sober is the judge. Well, I guess can't really use that one anymore, can you? Anyway, regular applications of the secretion to the plumage sustained. There was a guy named, what was his name? Demosthenes. I have to look that up. Demosthenes. I think that was his name, Demosthenes. My dad told me this. I might have the name wrong. It's the old Greek. He used to. That's like, you mumble too much. I'm like, you can't hear, old man. But anyway, it's a whole he said, she said, tastes great, less filling, chicken or egg kind of thing, right? It said, I mumble, no, old man, you can't hear. Anyway, hi, Dad, I love you. I don't even know where I was going with that. I just started thinking about my dad. It made me laugh. All right. Hi, Dad. I love you. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, Demosthenes. So Demosthenes, he said that Matt, you need to do what Demosthenes used to do. He used to put rocks in his mouth and practice talking so that he could enunciate more. Like, that's unfair. They didn't have hearing aids or batteries back then. So he got me on a technicality, which he'll get me. He will get me. My dad he's like dad. You always get me. I hope yeah, whatever. Hey, okay, so back to the birds. I hope if I get hey look, if if you happen upon this pop, put the name of the guy in the down in the comments for me. Right if you'll like and subscribe to the channel. All right, I'll shut up, dude. All right. Um all right, so the pre-gland screw, okay, I already got all that stuff. Unlike sebaceous secretions through the skin, okay, water birds typically have a large preen gland, but whether the secretions of this organ are essential for keeping feathers dry and maintaining buoyancy is uncertain. I was thought if you remove the gland from a duck, it couldn't. I might be. I don't know. I'm sure that someone's I don't know, whatever. We can maybe revisit that another time. The waxy secretions of the preen gland also help to regulate the bacterial and fungal flora of feathers. Oh yeah, that's cool. They have like we have a gut biome. We have we have pounds and pounds and pounds of bacteria living in our intestines. In our tummies, I guess the post tummy tum. I guess no, I don't think anything lives in the stomach, but after the stomach, there's lots of stuff that lives. I don't know. I have to look that up. If you know anatomy, let me know about the stomach thing. But I'm pretty sure all the bacteria live after the stomach. Um, but there's pounds of it down there. It's really gross to think about. Anyway, there's a whole same relative thing going on on bird feathers on the plumage of birds. So, certain preen gland lipids protect feathers against fungi and bacteria that digest keratin, and then others promote the growth of non-pathogenic fungi and discourage feather lice. So they had a little symbiosis going on there, kind of, sort of. Yeah, I guess they got a symbiosis. I mean, the bacteria. Well, I mean, it's a biome. I mean, is it a biome? Oh, okay. All right. So, oh, it was this. Hey, oh, what's up, dude? Eagle Days this weekend and all. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Got you, dude. Yeah. Oh, dude, you got the plan, dude. I'm kind of along for the ride. I'll give you the footnotes on the animals. Otherwise, you take the shots. We'll shoot the video and we'll bring it to the masses after. It'll be fun. Yeah, bro. I'm looking forward to. Plus, we're gonna finally get out of this deep freeze, bro. This is just I caught one fish yesterday. I was out there this morning. I got two fly off the hook, reaching for my net, and one of them was a big fat fatty, and the other one who I don't even see the other one. It's popped off there. So I'm finished. When I finish with the bird, I'm not even going to finish this chapter because there's a lot more left, and the kid's sick, and they want to come out here and use the room and stuff. So I think we're going to have to do just part one of chapter two, or sorry, chapter four today, and then we'll skip on to part two of chapter four. Uh, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it early. I'll do this first, then I'll go fishing, depending on the weather. I'm sure the weather's gonna be whatever. It's paradise in St. Louis. Every day is great weather in St. Louis. Kidding me? Look out the window right now. Can it get any more perfecter than that? It cannot. It's like peanut butter and jelly in the same jar. Okay, so yeah, so hey, I tell you what, we'll talk about. Let's see, we're gonna talk. I tell you what, we're going to. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. We're gonna get it right up to the end of. Oh, I skipped that. I skipped that. No, 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 no. There we are. Okay, so we're at the preen gland. Yeah, we'll go to the end of the. We'll go into the end of the preen gland here. And the end of feather types. What are we at? Yeah, feather types. Feather care. Yeah, feather growth. Yeah, we'll start feather growth tomorrow. I'll do it earlier. It's just I got coffee in me. They're always loud as hell in the morning. So, but like so I'll get on. Well, I'll start earlier. 7:38 ish Central Daylight timing. I don't know what time it is. What you know what I mean. Hopefully. All right. All right. So sure, you got all that stuff. Oh, okay. Here we go. Other ways. Such chemical hygiene, researchers believe, is one of the most important functions of the preen gland secretions. Listen to this one. Here's a skunk bird. Ready? The foul-smelling preen gland secretions of hoopos, 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 and wood hoopos may also help repel mammalian predators. It's just why did you just call it a skunk bird? It's big. Why do you call it or hoopo? Hoopo. Why don't you call it a pooho? It's begging to be called a pooho or a stink bird or like a skunk bird or like a ew. You know what I mean? Or ew. But I mean, like, whatever. Let me ask you a question, okay, Big Mama. Big Mama just came out of the bathtub. She looks great. All right, listen. If you had a bird, okay, and the bird it had a gland that made it stink, what would you call it?
Stink gland?
No, not the gland, the bird. What would you call it? You know how birds have really weird names? What would you call it? You want to get back to me? Want to think about it? Get back to me? What? No, not like a binomial nomenclature name, like a bush, like a blue-footed booby or like a tufted titmouse. These are real names of birds. Tufted titmouse. Oh my God, that reminds me. Listen, everybody, ornithology fans, coming up soon. Don't know the date. We're gonna do an all tits episode. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna look at all sorts of tits, and we're gonna look at even a booby. So, all right, special coming up, all tits. We're gonna do the great tit of Great Britain and England. We're gonna do a great tit. We're gonna do bush tits. We're gonna do tit mice. Yeah, it's solid tit episode, and we'll do some blue-footed boobies. So it's all gonna be good. Yeah. So coming up soon, the tit episode. Well, do you have an answer for my question? I'm about to finish this. Do you? You'd name it Rosebush?
Sure. Science makes no sense.
With the rose bush, like you just call it a rose bush. You think you're talking about a plant? You call it like the rose bush, lily snapper or something like that. It's called what is it called? It's called I was just talking about it. It's called a hoopo, Hoopoe, hoopo. I was just saying it should be called a pooho, right? Right? Or a skunk bird, or steak bird, or like or an emu, right? Right, dude. But they call it a hoopo. Maybe that hoopo means in another language. I don't know. All right, I'm about done here, dude. Big Mama, just chill. Yeah, bird skunks. I even wrote it here in the in the margin. Bird skunks. Okay, well, whatever. Bird skunks. All right, here we go. A dust-like substance resembling talcum powder is present on the contour feathers of many birds. This is a waterproofing product of special feathers called powder downs, which are dispersed throughout the feather coat among the ordinary downs. The powder consists of keratin particles 1 micrometer in diameter, which are sloughed continuously from the surface of the barbs. Powder down feathers grow in dense, distinctly arranged patches on birds such as herons, cuckoo rollers, and kegus. K-A-G-U. Kegu. All right. Yeah. All right, dude. Hey, all right. Well, hopefully the birds will show up. I'm going to mark this page right here. We're going to conclude chapter 4 in its unabridged entirety tomorrow. And we're going to go through some more of the field guide, and we're going to learn about some birds. If you got any requests, shout them out. Doing the thing. I'll be happy to read about whatever bird you want. And then if I know anything else about it that's not in this book, I'll be happy to tell you about that. So, watch the birds. And sorry, there isn't much going on out there right now, but whatever. So, kid's sick. Big Mama's home off work anyway, and I'm just doing this with you. So, anything you guys would like to add? Oh my God, we got a fish. We got a new fish. So we're gonna add to the school crew. Big Mama went to the store the other day. She came home with the fish. Okay. It's a little video of a little fish. This fish is so small. We thought it was going to be food for the other fish. No. Yes. So what we did was we transplanted Sam from Siam to a big pickle jar we have. He'd rather be in there anyway. So Sam from Siam is in a big pickle jar, and then so the names of the rest of the school crews. Who we got? We got hold on. We got fish fry, catfish fry, right? Me and Mr. Mustard, Nom Nom, Chew, Fatty Chonker, Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo Stew, with a face only mother can love, the Idiot Chip, and Snacky Bits. And now we have Nugget. We'll unveil him soon. Subscribe to the channel. Have a good day.